racing fans, welcome to Racing Action from Flamboro Downs for this Sunday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. And note in race number 1, scratched is number 4. He's touring. Won't be touring this evening. Number 4, he's touring scratched. And number 9, Silver C. It will be Tyler Moore to drive. Tyler Moore will drive 9 Silver C. In the second race, number 2 Dance on the Moon, driver to be announced. That is race 2, number 2 TBA. And also note scratched is number 4 Honolulu Vacation, race 2 scratch the 4. Note in race number 3, number 6, Twilight Surprise is racing with trotting hobbles and qualified with trotting hobbles. So note, where's the trotting hobbles and qualified with them October the 7th. Race 4, no changes, race 4. In race number 5, number 8, Prestige du Hurrah is scratched. Race 5, scratch 8, Prestige du Hurrah. 9, Hey Ralphie, driver to be announced, TBA on the 9 and the 5th. And races 6 through 10 have no changes, races 6 through 10. In the 11th dash, scratched is number 5, OK Jasmine. That is race 11, scratch number 5, OK Jasmine. Once again, note races 1 and 2. Race 1, the 4 is out. And at 9, Silver C, Tyler Moore to drive. And the second race, the 4 is scratched. And number 2, Dance on the Moon, the driver to be announced. That is race 2, number 2, Dance on the Moon, driver to be announced. Fans, note in race number 2, driver change. On number 2, Dance on the Moon, it'll be Ed Hensley. Ed Hensley will drive to Dance on the Moon in the second. Field on parade for the first one. Lux Sealster, Phil Hudon for Nathan Harding and Lance Wells. Number 2, Last Call Jerome, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders. Number 3 is Brookdale Sab, Brett McDonough for Richard Merwa and Sylvain Cote. 5 is Sharky Tylerborth for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. Number 6, Century Gigolo, Andre Goy for Gino Toscani. And number 7, Payline, Travis Henry for Stephen Charlton and Roderick Gillis. 8 is Order 1 to go, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. 9 is Silver Sea Tyler Moore for Terry Gallant and Jennifer Leaning. Field of 8, race number 1. Let's look at some of the main players in this dash and note that 4 he's touring is scratched. And we'll start with number 2, Last Call Jerome. Well, an equipment break last time out and was pulled up and didn't finish at London, but is one that I think could be a pretty solid factor in here. This is the first start for Jody Cullen, and Last Call Jerome did have back-to-back top 3 finishes in mid-September. Last Call Jerome gets a favorable post and certainly shows enough to be a pretty big player in here, and is 8-5 on the board. Number 3, Brookdale Seb, though, is one that I toyed with taking on top because looked really good in back-to-back wins, and one of those wins was here in 53-4, going all the way on top. So certainly compares well. In fact, you also do see a 52-3 mile at Mohawk on a track that was listed as off a second, a sloppy track, and had a 26-4 final quarter in that one. But then the negatives are made a break in the last start, and that was about 4 weeks ago, and then was scratched vet lame after that. So there's all those pluses, and then those last couple minuses that, well, make you just a little uncertain. But if Brookdale Seb stepped up here and raced big time and won, I would not be shocked. 5-2, the talent's there. Number 6, Century Gigolo, is one that was a 9-time winner last year, and is one that was off form, got away from Mohawk, tried it here last about a week ago, and raced better, finishing 3rd in 54-4. So Century Gigolo is one that I think you got to consider because certainly compares well, had been facing tougher, and not going well. And look at last year as a 5-year-old, earned almost 99,000 in 43 starts. So you know Century Gigolo has some pretty dominant wheels and is 5-2. And number 7, Payline, one that raced from the trailer post last race at London, was beaten 4 lengths, and you do see this one with a good second here in a non-winners of 3, September the 19th. So should be able to be a player at least for a minor share. 18-1 on the board. The fans are on number 2, Last Call Jerome. First start for Jody Cullen, Travis Cullen driving the 3-2 favorite. Gate is rolling for race number 1, taking up their positions. It's a field of 8, and with their positions, Lux Sealster, Last Call Jerome. On the inside of the center, Brookdale, Seb, Sharky, Century, Gigolo. And to the outside, Payline, order 1 to go. In the second tier, Silver Sea. Field of 8, race number 1. Here they come. And the field for the first is at the start of the rough. Sharky, Century, Gigolo, and also leaving order 1 to go. Down to the inside, Last Call Jerome. Lux Sealster. Field sprints around that first turn. Last Call Jerome wants to come on and grab the lead. Century, Gigolo is continuing to drive on the outside. Last Call Jerome has the inside advantage. Century, Gigolo pressing on the outside, and now is going to take bang and find the pocket as Last Call Jerome wants to be called first at the opening quarter. Has a lead of a couple of lengths. Century, Gigolo in the pocket. Lux Sealster third. And then it is Silver Sea and Sharky. Order 1 to go. Brookdale Seb is second from last, and Payline is trailing the field. Last Call Jerome leads as they work around the turn. Century Gigolo is racing position second. Lux Sealster third as they come off the turn, and racing position to fourth, and driven to the outside is Silver Sea and Tyler Moore as they race their way on past the half, and then to the outside, order 1 to go, and then it is back to Sharky, Brookdale Seb, Payline, and it is Last Call Jerome off a half of 58 and a 30-1 second panel breather. Leading on down the backstretch, Century Gigolo is second. Silver Sea seen third, about 3.5 from the front. Lux Sealster is fourth, and then order 1 to go. Now is going to roll out 3 wide as they race their way on by 3/4. Brookdale Seb and Sharky and Payline 127 3/4. Last Call Jerome. Century Gigolo is right there in the pocket. Order 1 to go is getting a little bit closer. It is Last Call Jerome. Order 1 to go has a share of second with Century Gigolo on the inside. On down the stretch route they come. Last Call Jerome off that 3/4, 127, digging it up the inside. Century Gigolo to the outside is Order 1 to go. Order 1 to go is going to pull the upset. Order 1 to go. Last Call Jerome. Then Century Gigolo and Lux Sealster. Mile of 156 flat. Order 1 to go. There is a look at the winner of race number 1. It's number 8. Order 1 to go. 4-year-old Mystician Brown Gelding, owned by Ashley and Ed Hensley. Ashley Hensley, the trainer. The winning drive to Hurricane Eddie Hensley. Now 6 away from 6,000 lifetime. Order 1 to go. 4th win this year. 7th lifetime. Mile of 156 flat. On the board, 8261. The first race payouts, number 8. Order 1 to go. 1930, 730, and 480. 2 Last Call Jerome, 340, 260. And 6 Century Gigolo, 250. $2 Exactor, 73.40. Dollar Try, 142.35. Dollar Superfecta, 1,050.25. The first race order finish from the top. 426 scratch 53718. That's 426 scratch 53718 on the bottom. Field for the second on parade one, I'd imagine. Phil Houdon for Derek Anderson and Gordon Mason. Number two, Dance on the Moon, Eddie Hensley for Dean Nixon. Number three, Nova Scotia Strong, Tyler Moore for James Bagnell and Archie Hattie and Gordy Rudolph. Five is Unison, Dan Meegans for Doug Bowens and Mark Meegans. Number six, Better Than Never, Mike Horner drives trains for RAW Equine and Mark Horner. And number seven, When You're Hot, You're Hot, Bo Brown for Tisha Symes and Michael Cushing. It's a field of 6 for race number two. Well, note that Eddie Hensley drives to Dance on the Moon. Let's get a look at this field. And first up, I want to start with number three, Nova Scotia Strong, 5-2 on the board. I thought was really impressive here last race. Was well back early, did a lot of work out 3 wide and came on to be beaten just a length. And in that race, Hank the Hunk was outstanding. But I thought Nova Scotia Strong also raced very well. Now gets a better post position. You do see some X's on the dance card. You see some breaks, but Nova Scotia Strong has been good the last couple. Nova Scotia Strong and Tyler Moore, I think, could be the one to beat in here. 5-2 on the board. Number two, Dance on the Moon. Well, Hurricane Hensley looking to score both halves of the early double. And Dance on the Moon is set up by Dean Nixon, and this will be the second start for Dean with Dance on the Moon. And raced very well here last race, and it was a pretty solid overall outing. Can build off of that one because had been off a while, hadn't raced since August the 22nd. So now comes back just 7 days later with a second start off that layoff. Dance on the Moon could be dangerous. Hurricane Hensley could storm in here again and win 3-1. Number one, I'd imagine, has been racing consistently well and was second beaten in nose last time out in this class and gets the inside and parked early last time out, and now with post one maybe could get a little softer trip. I'd imagine is a contender. 9-2 Phil Houdon drives for Derek Anderson. And number five, Unison. Well, we got to talk about Unison because dominant win last time out, has a win and a close second in just 2 career starts. So Unison, Dan Meegans for Doug Bowens, also a factor in here. Look at that. The fans are having trouble deciding. They have the 2, 3, and 5 all sitting at 2-1. Well, that just changed now as the decision has moved down to Dance on the Moon temporarily. We'll see how the tote board eventually plays out. But I went with 3, Nova Scotia Strong, who is the second choice right now at 2-1. The starting gate is rolling for race number 2. Checking up their positions. I'd imagine Dance on the Moon on the inside. In the center, Nova Scotia strong in unison to the outside, better than ever. And when you're hot, you're hot. It's a field of 6 for the second dash. Field for the second race is at the start of the rough. Nova Scotia strong. When you're hot, you're hot. I'd imagine in Dance on the Moon as they sprint on into the turn. When you're hot is leaving hard. And Dance on the Moon. Now Dance on the Moon is going to come on and take the lead. But When you're hot continues to force the issue. When you're hot, Bo Brown is able to clear to the front. Dance on the Moon is racing second, then I'd imagine. And Nova Scotia Strong is racing fourth. And Dance on the Moon now has waltzed out and is looking to loop When you're hot, and reclaim the lead. Dance on the Moon at 2-1's got the lead. Long shot When you're hot at 25-1 is racing second. 28-3 the opening quarter. I'd imagine is third, about 4 from the front. Nova Scotia Strong is racing fourth, and then Unison and Better Than Never is having some struggles and is way back and out of it. They race their way up towards the half. Dance on the Moon is in front by a length and a half. Here comes I'd imagine to work first over. Then When you're hot, Nova Scotia Strong is right tight on the back of I'd imagine. Halftime was 59-1, 30-3, second panel breather, and it is Dance on the Moon. Dance on the Moon, and I'd imagine, and Dance on the Moon. There goes Nova Scotia Strong now. Nova Scotia Strong leads as they head on to 3/4, and now has come on to grab the lead, and is in front by 2 lengths. I'd imagine is second. Dance on the Moon is third, and then When you're hot, is racing on the outside and taking over third. Dance on the Moon is fourth, and Nova Scotia Strong 3-5 on the board now, and leads it by about 3.5 lengths. I'd imagine second. When you're hot, and Dance on the Moon. On down the stretch drive they come. Nova Scotia Strong living up to his name and winning it going away. I'd imagine second. Then When you're hot is third, and finishing fourth was Dance on the Moon. Mile of 1:56-1. Fans, the inquiry sign is up pertaining to number 2, Dance on the Moon, and a possible pylon violation at the 5/8. There is a look at the winner of race number 2. It's number 3, Nova Scotia Strong. Tyler Moore is the winning driver. 3-year-old He's Watching Bay Cold, owned by James Bagnell and Archie Hattie and Gordy Rudolph. Tyler Moore, the trainer, 5th win in just 12 career starts for Nova Scotia Strong. And we're looking at the footage of number two, Dance on the Moon, and a possible pylon violation. Fans note the judges reviewing the footage of action at the 5/8 and determining that number two, Dance on the Moon, went inside of three consecutive pylons and will be placed from fourth back to sixth, a violation of the pylon regulations. Judges also reviewed the break of five, Unison, and Unison was determined to have not violated the breaking regulations because Unison, who finished fifth, is going to be placed up to fourth, a new top four, 3-1-7-5. The second race payouts at 3 Nova Scotia Strong, 350, 260, 210. 1. I'd imagine 540, 347. When you're hot, 850. $2 exactor, 17.90. Dollar try, 102.40. Dollar super, 340.60. Double of 8 and 3, 42.20. The second race order finished from the top down is 2, 4 place 6, 1, scratch, 5 place 4, 6 place 5, 3 on the bottom. Once again from the top down after the placing, 2, 6, 1, scratch, 4, 5, 3. Field for the third on parade one. RJ Flash, Samara Johnson for Mark Johnson and Denise Ball. Number two, Smokin' Power, Colin Kelly for Don Lindsay and Paul Lindsay. Number three is Steamer, Steve Byron, drives and trains for Scott and Vivian Donnie. And Steve shares in ownership. Number four is Wishing Spell, Andre Goy for Gino Toscani. 5 is Synergy S, Sylvain Lacaille for Kelly Duval Lacaille. And number 6, Twilight Surprise, Austin Sorry for Nelson White and Deborah White and Christine Lawrence. Number 8 is Belvedere Franklin, Pat Houdon, drives and trains for Dr. Mike Veneri. And 9 is Fear Gas, Blair Burgess for Richard Ferguson. And absent from the parade is 7, Twist of Tabby, Travis Cullen for Chris Bell. It's a field of 9 for race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with 1 RJ Flash. Well, did not fare well at Mohawk last race, but parked every step of the way, so I can dismiss that start. Then go back to the 1-2 races go here. Fired to the front from post 5 and almost wired the field. The winner of that one, Lady All-Star, is a good one. RJ Flash, who now gets post 1, should be able to get a great shot at a trip here, make the front, and be clearly the one to beat. Samara Johnson, Mark Johnson, 6-5 on the board is RJ Flash. Number 4, Wishing Spell, though, shows some good recent form, and in fact, 3 races ago, second beaten just half a length. Doesn't have a win yet, but does have a couple of top 3s in the past 3 starts, and a 4th from the trailer post. Wishing Spell and Andre Goy, 4-1. Number 7, Twist of Tabby. Twist of Tabby, well, made a break last race, but if Twist of Tabby can stay flat here, despite an outside post, you do have to consider this one because raced really well. A 2nd and a 3rd in the previous starts in September. Twist of Tabby and Travis Cullen, of course, needing a flat line. Twist of Tabby, 7-2. And number 2, Smokin' Power, Colin Kelly for Don Lindsay, one that raced 4th in the Autumn Series last race, and that was the trailer post. Now gets a spot down to the inside on the gate. And Smokin' Power doesn't have a top 3 finish yet, but I think this could be a spot where Smokin' Power, a bit of a price, just might sneak on to the top 3. Colin Kelly for Don Lindsay at 14-1. But the money has come down on 1 RJ Flash from post 1, 4-5. Gate is rolling for race number 3. I'd imagine. Dance on the Moon on the inside and taking up their positions. RJ Flash, Smokin' Power, and Steamer on the inside. In the center, Wishing Spell and Synergy S to the outside. Twilight Surprise, Twist of Tabby, and Belvedere Franklin. And the second tier is Fearhouse. It's a field of 9 for the third. There at the start of the rough, Smokin' Power, Wishing Spell has gone off stride from the outside. Twist of Tappy and Belvedere Franklin blasting out. Belvedere Franklin is electrified early and is going to clear to the front. Twist of Tappy broke stride. Smokin' Power is racing second, and then racing position third. Synergy S, RJ Flash has come away fourth as they race on to the opening quarter. Then Fearhouse is racing fifth and sixth. The Steamer. Then it is Twilight Surprise and Wishing Spell. On they race to the opening quarter. Belvedere Franklin leads on past that opening quarter. Advantage a couple of lengths. Belvedere Franklin at 15-1. Smokin' Power at 14-1 is second. Then Synergy S is on the inside third. RJ Flash now 1-5 favorite is going to flash to the outside first over. Then it is Fearhouse on the inside racing fifth, and then back to Steamer, Twilight Surprise, and Wishing Spell. And on they head on past the half and 101. Belvedere Franklin getting a nice second panel breather. RJ Flash though is steadily progressing on the outside and is moved up, taken over second, and is bearing down on Belvedere Franklin. Smokin' Power third. Synergy S is right tight on the back of RJ Flash, and RJ Flash now has come on and taken a lead and now is trying to put away Belvedere Franklin, who's game on the inside and is fighting back. RJ Flash and Belvedere Franklin, then Smokin' Power, Synergy S, and off stride Steamer. RJ Flash leads it ahead. Belvedere Franklin isn't throwing in the towel easily and is still game and is dueling. RJ Flash, Belvedere Franklin, and then it is Smokin' Power making a huge recovery. Wishing Spell on down the stretch route they come. RJ Flash and Belvedere Franklin. RJ Flash on the outside. Belvedere Franklin. RJ Flash will win. Belvedere Franklin second. Smokin' Power third. And then fourth was Wishing Spell. And the inquiry sound will go up pertaining to the break in stride of number 4, Wishing Spell. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 3. It is one RJ Flash, a 3-year-old royalty for life bay gelding, owned by Denise Ball, trained by Mark Johnson. A winning drive to Samara Johnson. First win for RJ Flash, 203 and 4. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 4, Wishing Spell, did not violate the braking regulations. The inquiry sum will go down. The third race payouts: 1 RJ Flash 260, 240, 220. 8 Belvedere Franklin 840 and 550, and 2 Smoke and Power $5. $2 exactor 3310, dollar tribe 90.90, dollar super 266.10. Third race order finish from the top 138-465-927. That's 138-465-927. Field for the fourth on parade. 1, Serial Killer, Jay Harris for Courtney Robson. Number 2, Galterio Hanover, Larry Small for Jay Conklin and Leslie Crow. Number 3, Big Journey, Austin Surrey for Teresa Stokes and Heather Young and Susan Phillips. And for Disneyman, Travis Henry for Francis Gilmet and Martin Kepfer. Number 5 is Beef and Cheddar, Louis Watt for Isaac Waxman and Tess Waxman and Maureen Taylor. And number 6, Rock and Roll Shadow, Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts and Steve Adams. 7 is Dragonfly Creek, Jonathan LaPointe for Stephanie LaPointe. And 8 is Brody Scrapper, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and A1 Stable, Field of 8, race number 4. And let's get a look at some of the main players in this dash. This is a pretty interesting race, but I want to start with number 5, Beef and Cheddar. Beef and Cheddar, Louis Watt driving, and Louis Watt for Isaac Waxman, strong connections. Now raced here last time out in this class and only picked up a 5th. A little bit better post position, but look at that start 2 races ago. Fired to the front from post A. Pretty credible 3rd, beaten just a length and a quarter. The overall body of work before that last race was pretty solid. And Beef and Cheddar, I think that's a pretty decent shot in here. Louis Watt driving. Beef and Cheddar is my top pick in what I think is a very wide open dash. Beef and Cheddar 5-2. Number 4, Disneyman, comes in from Mohawk. The last 2 races at Mohawk weren't good, but just before that, dominated at Kawartha with 3 straight wins. Look at it, 5 wins and 6 starts before those last 2 at Mohawk. Did race here one start September 3rd. It didn't go well, but certainly if you look at the recent body of work, Disneyman, who's got 6 wins and 12 starts in the year, I think is one that, well, I don't think you're a clown if you take Disneyman, because Travis Henry for Francis Gilmet, this is one that could bounce back sharply. 5-2. Number 8, Brody's Scrapper, was a dominant winner here 2 races ago. Has had only 5 starts this year and 5 last year. And Brody Scrapper, last race, post 7, never really was able to be a factor. Post 8 is tough, but yet Brody Scrapper is so accomplished, and it's a strong barn. A lot of back class on this veteran. I just couldn't leave him off the ticket. Brody Scrapper 9-2 from post 8. Tough post assignment, though. And number 6, Rock and Roll's Shadow, Colin Kelly for Jacob Roberts. And although only 1 win on the year, I think is one that shows enough overall ability to be used on the superfecta ticket, and is 8-1. But you know, the one the fans have gone to is number 1, Serial Killer, Jay Harris driving. Only 2 top 2s in 27 starts on the year, but Serial Killer inside post position. The last couple races did hit the ticket. Is up 1 level for this start, though. I think Serial Killer 2-1 on the board. That's I don't understand the 2-1 is all I'm saying. Serial Killer might live up to it, though. Inside post can help. Gate is rolling for race number 4, taking up their positions. Serial Killer, Galterio Hanover and Big Journey on the inside. In the center, Disneyman and Beef and Cheddar. And to the outside, Rock and Roll Shadow, Dragonfly Creek and Brody Scrapper, Field of 8, race number 4. It is post time. Field of 8 for race number 4. They're at the start of the rough. Disney Man will leave out well with Serial Killer, Galterio, Hanover, and Big Journey. Inside 4 all stride out sharply. And right now, Serial Killer pressing through from the inside against Galterio, Hanover. Disney Man, though, wants to come on and clear to the front. Disney Man and Serial Killer are dueling. Disney Man is going to drive up and take the front. Serial Killer is second. Galterio, Hanover third. Beef and Cheddar squeezing along to the pylons, racing fourth in front of Big Journey, and then Brody Scrapper, then Rock and Roll Shadow and Dragonfly Creek. And Serial Killer reclaimed the front. Serial Killer is now 13-1 and has the lead. Disney Man is racing second. Galterio, Hanover third, and Big Journey is now going to journey first over as they race their way off the turn and come on towards us. And then it is Brody's Scrapper. Beef and Cheddar's on the inside, third from last, and Louis Waugh appears to have a handful with Beef and Cheddar. On the outside, Rock and Roll Shadow, and then Dragonfly Creek, 4 to the inside and 4 to the outside. And it is Serial Killer with the front. On into the backstretch they go. Big Journey to the outside is moving up and sharing second with Disney Man. Brody Scrapper is racing second over fourth. Fifth to the inside, Galterio Hanover. Then Rock and Roll Shadow and Beef and Cheddar. And Dragonfly Creek. Serial Killer still has the front. There goes Brody Scrapper. 3 wide now. And Brody Scrapper wants to scrap with Serial Killer. And then it is Disney Man and Big Journey. And now coming on late is Rock and Roll Shadow. Beef and Cheddar has moved up but has a lot of work to do. And they race to the top of the stretch of 3/4, 126 and 3. And it is Brody Scrapper on down the stretch drive they come. Brody Scrapper is going to win and take it by a couple of lengths. And then Disney Man on the inside, Serial Killer to the outside, Rock and Roll Shadow. 155 and 4. The second win from Post 8 on the evening. There is look at Brody Scrapper. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. Brody Scrapper, 12-year-old Mach 3 bay gelding by A1 Stable, trained by Jody Cullen. It's the third win this year, 46th lifetime. Brody Scrapper. Fourth race payouts 8. Brody Scrapper 573.50 and 254. Disneyman $3 250. 6 Rock and Roll Shadow 420. $2 exactor 1770. Dollar Try 37.25. Dollar Superfecta 167.75. And the dollar pick 3 of 3 $12.30. The fourth race, order of finish from the top down, is a 467-25381. That is 467-25381 on the bottom. for the fifth on parade one, Kick in Your Mask, Sylvan Lakai for Kelly DeVal Lakai and John Clark. Number 2 is My Holy Moly, Tyler Borth for Connie Chisholm and David Chisholm. And 3 is Winning Muscle, Brett Dunner for Richard Bro and Joe Tonelli. Five is Give Me Carrots, Phil Houdon for Jen Lucier. Number 4 is Cash is Hanover, Jason Ryan for Sarah by Erojan, Richard Bertume. Number 6, Raise a Little Hill, Travis Cullen for Gary Murner and Gino Toscani. Number 7, The City Lady, Austin Sorry for Nelson White and Vicky White. 8 is Scratched, and 9 is Hey Ralphie, Scotty Coulter for Mike Rive and David Shea. Field of 8 for race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, first one that we'll be taking a look at here will be number 4, Cassius Hanover. And Cassius Hanover is one that, won by 2.5 lengths last time out. And 5 wins on the year. Was pretty good at Grand River in the summer. And saw a lot of him and thought pretty impressed with him overall. Races for a solid barn, that of Sarabai Adojan, Cassius Hanover, and Jason Ryan. You should have a pretty decent shot in here. He's getting a lot of love at 4 to 5. This one's having a good year overall, too. 12 out of 21 in the top 3. Cassius Hanover also is back in the same class as that last race win. Number 6, Raise a Little Hill, has been racing consistently well, but win-shy type. Just 1 win on the year, but 11 out of 19 in the top 3, including 7 runner-up finishes. So Raise a Little Hill and Travis Cullen for Gary Murner should be a main consideration, 6 to 1. Number 3, Winning Muscle. Last race, post 7, only managed a 4th, but now gets a better spot on the gate. And Winning Muscle certainly has some impressive starts here. Back-to-back wins here in September for Winning Muscle. So this is one with the better post that could come up with a nice performance, 5 to 1. And number 2, My Holy Moly, is 9 to 2 on the board. Comes in from Mohawk off of back-to-back seconds. 2 races ago, a second in 55 and 3. So My Holy Moly certainly warrants regard as a potential threat in your Tyler Borth for Connie Chisholm. The starters called the field for race number 5. It'll be Kicking Your Mass, My Holy Moly, and Winning Muscle on the inside. In the center, Cassius Hanover, Give Me Carrots. To the outside, Raise a Little Hill and City Lady. And the second tier, Hey Ralphie. Field for the 5th, the field of 8. Into the stretch, gathering speed. And the field for the 5th race. The trotters are at the start in the rough, and Cassius Hanover, Winning Muscle, and Raise a Little Hill, and My Holy Moly, the top 4. Kicking Your Mass has gone off stride. Give Me Carrots is racing 5th, and then it is back to Hey Ralphie and City Lady. Now Cassius Hanover is going to stride up and take the lead from Winning Muscle. My Holy Moly is 3rd, and racing 4th is Raise a Little Hill. Then it is Give Me Carrots and Hey Ralphie and City Lady. On they race to the opening quarter. Cassius Hanover 1 to 5 on the board. Has the lead if they work around the turn. Winning Muscle is positioned 2nd and is staying in the pocket. Gap of 3. My Holy Moly 3rd. Raise a Little Hill 4th. Then Give Me Carrots is right now trotting 5th in front of Hey Ralphie and City Lady. Off the turn they come and they roll on towards us. Cassius Hanover leading a couple of lengths. Winning Muscle is racing 2nd. My Holy Moly 3rd. Then Raise a Little Hill 58 and 2 halftime. 29 and 4 second panel breather. Raise a Little Hill is going to pop out from 4th as they work their way on into the backstretch and will have cover taking out from 3rd. My Holy Moly. Cassius Hanover, though, leads by about 2.5 now over Winning Muscle. My Holy Moly is 3rd and racing 4th. Raise a Little Hill. Cassius Hanover up a little closer. Winning Muscle length and 3/4 back. Then My Holy Moly. Raise a Little Hill on the outside is looking to raise position and is alongside My Holy Moly. Now is taken over 3rd. My Holy Moly is racing for 3/4 127 and 2. Cassius Hanover Winning Muscle. My Holy Moly is reclaimed 3rd. Raise a Little Hill is 4th on down the stretch drive they come. Cassius Hanover. Cassius Hanover Winning Muscle. Cassius Hanover with no urging is going to win it. Winning Muscle 2nd by Holy Moly and Raise a Little Hill 157 and 1. There's the winner, number 4, Cassius Hanover. Cassius Hanover, 3-year-old muscle mass big gelding. Jason Ryan, the winning driver for trainer Sarah Baerjean. The owner is Richard Bertume, sixth win this year for Cassius Center for 3-year-old muscle mass gelding. Sixth win lifetime. The fifth race, payouts for Cassius Hanover 260, 210, 210. Three winning muscle 510 442 my holy moly 210. $2 exactor 1110, dollar try 1485, dollar super 3205. And the dollar pick 5 361.20, 505. Fifth race, or a finish from the top, is at 832 1546 scratch 7. That is 832 1546 scratch 7 on the bottom. on parade for race 6, One Angel with Attitude, Jason Ryan for Ron Corbett. Number 2 is Tijuana Sealster, Colin Kelly for Jacob Robertson, Triple S Equine. Number 3 is Mahone Sealster, Anthony Hahn for Bruce McDonald and Martin Stables and Paradox Farm. Four is Halo at 7, to the fourth for Connie Chisholm and David Chisholm. And number 5 is Cleveland Massimo, Austin Sorry for J.F. McGuire and Richard Legris. Number 6, Impressive Dude, Louis Bois for Eric Nadeau and Michelle Letarte and Jean Allaire. Number 7, Fly Beyond, Travis Cullen for David Fried and Numbered Company. Number 8 is Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, Scotty Calder for Natasha Day. And number 9 is Lune du Hurrah, Lope Guriel for Denny Guriel. Field of 9 for race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 2, Tijuana Sealster, co-favorite at 5-2. Tijuana Sealster is one that has 12 wins of the year. Had a nice long win streak at Grand River earlier in the summer, and then recently won September the 20th at Grand River. Last race here, though, trailer post and battled hard, just wasn't able to get into it. But Tijuana Sealster, I have to believe now, post position 2 should come flying back into form and also drops a level. That was the preferred class, finished third from the trailer post, now down a level. Tijuana Sealster, Colin Kelly, I think is a very proven mare is Tijuana Sealster, 2-1 the favorite. Others to look at, number 5, Cleveland Massimo, 7-2 on the board, has won 4 times this year, and is one that raced pretty well at Mohawk last race in 56-2, finished up strongly, came from off the pace, and I think Cleveland Massimo is one that could be tough in here. Austin Sorry for J.F. McGuire. Expect a strong start of Cleveland Massimo, and is 4-1. Number 1, Angel with Attitude, did not race as well as expected last time out, but was really good here in this class just 2 races ago. Dominant win. In fact, has 2 dominant wins in the past 4 starts. So a little inconsistent because the other 2 didn't make the top 4. Angel with Attitude, if her attitude is right, she could be a big threat. 5-2 on the inside. Jason Ryan driving and training. And number 9, Lune du Hurrah, has 3 wins in the past 6 starts, and is one that even from the trailer post I think you have to consider as a possibility. And 11-1 seems like a nice value because this is one that's raced pretty darn well. Was a winner in this class from post 7 just 2 races ago. 11-1 on the board. And note the 6th race, we have that super high 5 carryover, $6,356 added into the high 5. So just a minute to post time for the 6th. lead is rolling for the sixth. Angel with Attitude, Tijuana Sealster, Mahone Sealster on the inside. In the center, Hello at 7, Cleveland Massimo to the outside, Impressive Dude, Fly Beyond, Sizzling Hot Herbie. And the second tier, Loon, Do Hurrah. It's a field of 9 for the sixth race. They're at the start of the rough. Halo at 7 will blast out. Tijuana Sealster has broken stride. Mahone Sealster is second. Driving to the outset, Impressive Dude. Halo at 7, Impressive Dude. Mahone Sealster third. Angel with Attitude is racing fourth. Then Cleveland Massimo. Loon Du Hurrah, Sizzling Hot Herbie, and Fly Beyond and Tijuana Sealster have made that early break in stride. Impressive Dude and Louis Bois has the lead. Advantages 3 over Halo at 7. Mahone Sealster is third. Angel with Attitude is fourth now. Then it is back to Cleveland Massimo and Loon Du Hurrah. Mahone Sealster and Fly Beyond. Impressive Dude and Louis Juan leads it. Halo at 7 and Talaborth is second. They race the way off the turn. They head up to the half. Mahone Sealster, Anthony Hahn third. Angel with Attitude and Jason Ryan's going to work first over, giving cover to Cleveland Massimo and Austin Sorry. Then it is back further to Loon Du Hurrah, and then further back Sizzling Hot Herbie and Fly Beyond is racing eighth. 58 and 4 halftime, 30 and 1 second panel. Impressive Dude. On down the back stretch they go. Leads at a couple of lengths. Halo at 7 is second. Angel with Attitude now is flashing some attitude on the outside and has moved up and is taken over second, looking to reel in Impressive Dude. Impressive Dude and Angel with Attitude and Halo at 7. Cleveland Massimo is fourth, and then Mahone Sealster, Loon Du Hurrah, Sizzling Hot Herbie. It's Impressive Dude as they reach for the top of the stretch off 3/4 of 128. Impressive Dude. Halo at 7 looking to dart up the inside. Angel with Attitude. 3 across the track as they come to the finish. Impressive Dude is dug in. Impressive Dude's going to turn back. Angel with Attitude. Then third is between Halo at 7 and Mahone Sealster. 157 and 4. There's the winner of race 6, Impressive Dude, Louis Waugh, the winning driver. Impressive Dude, a 3-year-old my MVP Bay Cold, owned by Louis Waugh, Michelle Attard, and Jean Allaire. Eric Nadeau, the trainer. It's the 7th win this year, 10th lifetime. Impressive Dude. The sixth race payout, six impressive dudes, 710, 310, and 320. One Angel with Attitude, 480, and 330 and four. A low at 7, 480. The Exactor, $2 ticket, 35.90. Dollar try, 92.15. Dollar win for 53.80. And a dollar high five of 2,700, $4.25. 20-cent high five was 540.85. Sixth race order finish from the top down, 294-351-867. That's 294-351-867. for the 7th on parade. 1 Kojak, Austin Sorry for Teresa Stokes and Heather Young, and Donald Bullum. Correction, Donald Bullman. Number 2, If You Could Read My Mind, Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows and Richard Armstrong and Mark Gallant. And number 3 is Happy Days. It's Brett McDonough for Jason Woodward and RD Cigar Stable. 4 is Onyx Bovino. It's Jay Harris for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock. 5 is Dance Like a Skipper. Scotty Calder for Paul Coulter and Emma and Georgia and Avery Longstreet. Number 6 is D.A. Lunchbox. Tyler Worth for Corey German and Kevin Kerr and Sean O'Brien. Number 7, Sky Low Low. Pat Hudon for Russ Ellis. Field of 7 for race number 7, the Autumn Series second leg, second division. And, let's look at number 5, Dance Like a Skipper. 3 wins in 4 starts, just like number 4, Onyx Bovino. But Dance Like a Skipper, I gave the slight advantage to here. Dance Like a Skipper won last time out in 57 and 4. And Onyx Bovino won in 57 and 3 last time out, so that's a pretty fair comparison. But also, I saw Dance Like a Skipper back at Grand River, racing at Georgian Downs. A winner up there in 58, and Dance Like a Skipper is one that certainly raced well there. Also has a win here September the 19th, as well as that one last time out. Dance Like a Skipper and Scotty Coulter for Paul Coulter, 3-5, the favorite. Number 4, Onyx Bovino, comes in with 3 straight wins, and they were all pretty comfortable at the finish. Onyx Bovino has gate speed and gets to start inside of Dance Like a Skipper and is more inclined to leave than is the 5 horse. So Onyx Bovino, Jay Harris for Lacey McCabe. And look at Lacey's win percentage. 12 wins in 36 starts in the year. 500 plus training average. Onyx Bovino 5-2. Others, number 2, If You Could Read My Mind, has been racing well and starts inside of the first 2 mentioned. And last race here was the first start in Ontario after coming in from the Maritimes. 7 of 11 in the top 2, including last time out, beaten by Hank the Hunk by 3/4. And Hank the Hunk was really amazing from off the pace. If You Could Read My Mind is currently 3-1 on the board. And one more is number 6, D.A. Lunchbox, and beaten a half a length last time out, and that was a solid performance from post 6. D.A. Lunchbox, Tyler Borth for Corey German, 7 out of 10 in the top 3, so D.A. Lunchbox is currently 12-1 on the board. is rolling for race number 7. Kojak, if you could read my mind on the inside. In the center, Happy Days, Onyx Bovino, and Dance Like a Skipper to the outside. DA Lunchbox and Skylo Low. Field of 7, race number 7. Field for the 7th race is into the stretch drive, gathering speed. Here they come. They're at the start of the rock. They're off in Onyx Bovino, Happy Nays, and DA Lunchbox. And if you could read my mind on the inside, but Onyx Bovino is able to get out and take the lead. Happy Nays is off stride. DA Lunchbox is second. Then, if you could read my mind, Dance Like a Skipper is currently dancing fourth in front of Kojak as they race on to the opening quarter. Second last is Skylo Low, and Happy Nays has recovered from a break but is trailing the field. Onyx Bovino at 2-1's got the lead. DA Lunchbox is racing second. Then, if you could read my mind, is third, and Dance Like a Skipper has already taken out and is going to get some cover. If you could read my mind, is stepped out from third. Dance Like a Skipper is advancing on the back of If You Could Read My Mind, who's right up alongside Onyx Bovino right now. And Onyx Bovino, If You Could Read My Mind. They duel their way on past the half. Third is Dance Like a Skipper, and fourth is DA Lunchbox. If You Could Read My Mind, trying to clear before the turn, but Onyx Bovino with inside advantage. They get up to the turn. 58-3 was the halftime. And on the outside, it is If You Could Read My Mind on the inside, Onyx Bovino. Then DA Lunchbox and Dance Like a Skipper is right there looming from third now, as it is If You Could Read My Mind and Onyx Bovino going at it. If You Could Read My Mind leads it by half a length, Onyx Bovino, and now Dance Like a Skipper is going to roll off cover and get out 3 wide, and now they're 3 abreast on by 3/4, and it is If You Could Read My Mind, Dance Like a Skipper. Onyx Bovino hasn't gone away, and DA Lunchbox is on the inside, 3 across the track as they turn for home. Dance Like a Skipper on the outside. In the center of the track, If You Could Read My Mind, slim lead for Onyx Bovino as they turn for home, and DA Lunchbox up the inside as they come to the finish. Onyx Bovino is dug in. Center of the track, If You Could Read My Mind. It is close, and up the inside was Dance Like a Skipper. And then it was If You Could Read My Mind and Dance Like a Skipper in a photo along with Onyx Bovino. And on the outside also there was Dance Like a Skipper. 1:58-2, 4 across the track. The win folded to number 2, If You Could Read My Mind. Back in front of us, number 2, If You Could Read My Mind, a 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay gelding. Travis Henry, the winning driver for trainer Robert Kyle Fellows, and the owners Richard Armstrong and Mark Galan. It's the 5th win this year, 5th lifetime, If You Could Read My Mind. seventh race payouts to If You Could Read My Mind, 473 40 220. 68 lunchbox, 680 430, and 4 Onyx Bovino 210. $2 exactor, $51. Dollar Tribe, 85.40. Dollar Super, 103.90. And the dollar pick 3, 16.30, 3 of 3. Seventh race, or finish from the top down, 7153426. That's 7153426 on the bottom. Field for the eighth on parade. One Arthur's Shadow, Austin Sorry for Ashley Lenvoy and Martin Kepfer. Two is EA's Ideal, Clay Metter, Jay Harris for Jen Rankin, Brenda Rankin, and Cahill Wood and Chase Blythe. And number three, Thank You Very Much, Brett Madonna for Francis Gilmet. Four is Prince Adaran, Scott Quiller for Tom Genoa and Barbara Bryan. Five is Fear of the Shadow, Jason Ryan for Harry Martin. Number 6-2 for Tripping Tullamore for Yvette Gallant and Ivan Gallant. Number 7, HF Patrick Travis Henry for Lindsay Kerr and Jeffrey Mayhew. There is 9, JC's Little Man, Anthony Hunt for JC Woodward and Arlene McIntyre. And note that number 8 is Shadow of Lindy, Travis Cullen for Ted Knight and Inglewood Stables. Let's look at this field, and we'll start with number 7, HF Patrick, who is 7-5 on the board. 2 wins in the past 3 starts. Now, tough post assignment, but is still one that should have a pretty big look at it here. Lindsay Kerr sends this one out, and Lindsay has done nice work with HF Patrick and is back in the same class and can get off the gate very well. HF Patrick, Travis Henry from post 7, getting a lot of love at 6-5. Number 3, Thank You Very Much, did not have a good go of things at Grand River last race and has been off about 3 weeks, but the start before that was fairly good here, finishing 3rd, and overall compares well enough and has 29 lifetime wins, is 5-2 right now, the second choice on the board. Number 4, Prince Adaran, was better in the last couple, now gets a better post, maybe could build off of back-to-back fourths and get a top 3 finish here. 10-1, Scotty Quiller for Tom Janot. And 1, Arthur's Shadow, inside post position. Maybe that could get Arthur's Shadow going. Is one that comes in from the Maritimes and gets the inside. Austin Sorry for Ashley Lenvoy. First start for Ashley with Arthur's Shadow, and is 14-1 on the board. Number 7, HF Patrick, the 6-5 favorite. Gate is rolling for the eighth. Arthur's Shadow, the ace ideal. Thank you very much on the inside. In the center, Prince Adoran, Fear of the Shadow to the outside, two for tripping, H.F. Patrick and Shadow of Lindy. And the second tier, JC's Little Man. It's a field of 9 for race number 8. Field for the 8th race is at the start. And they're off, and getting out well is Prince Adoran with Thank You Very Much on the inside EA's ideal. And two for tripping, the field sprints around that first turn. And it is Prince Adoran and EA's ideal. Thank You Very Much is racing third. Then Fear of the Shadow and Arthur's Shadow. Still out wide, H.F. Patrick, and then JC's Little Man, and two for tripping. And back to Shadow of Lindy. And they race their way on to the opening quarter. EA's ideal at 23 to 1 is going to come on and clear the front. Prince Adoran is second. Thank You Very Much is racing third. Then fourth, as they work around the turn, is Fear of the Shadow. H.F. Patrick is still parked, hasn't seen the inside. Then it is Arthur's Shadow. JC's Little Man, two for tripping, and Shadow of Lindy. And they work their way off the turn, and they head on towards the half. EA's ideal leads at a length and a half. Thank You Very Much on the outside is moving up inside third, Prince Adoran. Then it is Fear the Shadow and H.F. Patrick, 59 and 2 the halftime. They work their way to the 5/8, and that is still EA's ideal at 23 to 1. Thank You Very Much a little closer second. Prince Adoran is third, and then racing fourth is Fear the Shadow. H.F. Patrick's now on the inside. Then JC's Little Man, and two for tripping in Arthur's Shadow. And Shadow of Lindy is trailing the field. Thank You Very Much has taken the lead now. It is Thank You Very Much who's taken over. Second is Prince Adoran. EA's ideal is third. Racing fourth is Fear of the Shadow. H.F. Patrick fifth on the inside. Then two for tripping. Thank You Very Much as they turn for home. And Thank You Very Much reaching for the top of the stretch. Prince Adoran trying to close on Thank You Very Much. But Thank You Very Much is continuing on. Gamely, Thank You Very Much. Then for his second, it goes to two for tripping. Then it was Prince Adoran and EA's ideal, 159 and 3. There is Thank You Very Much. Brett McDonald with the winning drive. 7-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Francis Gildman. Third win this year, 30th lifetime. Thank you very much. Trey's Pouch 3, thank you very much. 820, 460, 390. 6-2 for Tripping, 780 and 590. And 4 Prince Adaran, 610. $2 exactor, $61. Dollar try, 170, 15. Dollar super, 1003, 65. Eighth race order of finish from the top, 941 362 587. That's 941 362 587 on the bottom. And note the claim of number 2, EA's Ideal, the new trainer, Richard Moreau. For race number 9 is on parade. 1, D.A. Jiminy Cricket, Anthony Hunt for Mike Saftik. Number 2 is Country Mouse, Travis Henry for Carl Dawson and Teresa Large. Number 4 is Mr. Ya Ya Ya, Colin Kelly for Clark Beelby and Coyote Wind Farms. 5 is Lisbon Silter Louis Bois for Eric Nadeau and Francis Richard. Number 6, the Sports Desk, Scott Young for Paul Reed and Patrick Dillon and Richard Beinhauer and Brian Kleinberg. And 7, Hank the Hunk, Larry Small for Jay Conkle and Joyce Jones. And now joining us is 3, Money on the Beach, Austin Sorry for Mike Rivan, Guy Turbide, and Ray Primo. Field of 7, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, we got to start with number 7, Hank the Hunk, because last race had post 8 and was 8th at the half and yet came on to win at 44 to 1. Now Hank the Hunk is 2 to 1 as the favorite. And look at the start before that was impressive as well from off the pace. So really, Hank the Hunk probably should not have been 44 to 1. And now warrants that 2 to 1 billing off of those 2 starts. Others to look at, number 6, the Sports Desk, well, comes in off of a win here in the Autumn Series in 59 and 2, and also shows a couple of 54 miles, well, 54 and 54 and 3, racing on the big track. So the Sports Desk and Scott Young for Paul Reed is got to be considered a main player, 4 to 1. Number 3, Money on the Beach. Got the early lead last race and led a good chunk of the way. Got caught late, second beaten 3/4. Money on the Beach, Austin Sorry for Mike Rive, 6 out of 12 in the top 2 on the year. Money on the Beach and Austin Sorry 9-2. And number 1, D.A. Jiminy Cricket, is one that did some fine work last race before just tiring late in the mile. Certainly with the inside post could come right back and be a strong factor. Was second beaten just a length the start before that. D.A. Jiminy Cricket, Anthony Hunt for Mike Saftig, 5 to 2 the favorite. Field of 7, race 9, going to post shortly. of 7 for the ninth race. Taking up their positions, DA Jiminy Cricket and Country Mouse on the inside. In the center, Money on the Beach, Mr. Yeah Yeah Yeah, and Lisbon Sealster to the outside. The Sports Desk and Hank the Hunk, a field of 7 for race number 9. Field for the ninth race. Into the stretch drive. Here they come. They're at the start of the rough. Lisbon Sealster will leave out strongly with Money on the Beach, and DA Jiminy Cricket and the Sports Desk is racing fourth around the turn. Then it is Country Mouse and Mr. Yeah, and to the outside Hank the Hung. But Lisbon Sealster and Louis Bois able to come on and grab the early lead. Money on the Beach is second. Then DA Jiminy Cricket third. The Sports Desk is racing fourth. Then Country Mouse and Mr. Yeah Yeah Yeah. And Hank the Hunk is back trailing the field. They've raced their way on around past the opening quarter in 28 and 3, and it is Lisbon Sealster with the lead as they race their way on up towards the half, and Money on the Beach now is going to pop out right now. Money on the Beach wants to grab the lead and then goes off stride, so it is still Louis Wad, Lisbon Sealster with the lead. Here comes DA Jiminy Cricket now. Moving up, DA Jiminy Cricket is quickly going to drive up on the outside and take the front. Lisbon Sealster second, the Sports Desk is third, and Country Mouse is fourth, and Hank the Hunk and Mr. Yeah 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 on the inside, and they race their way on into the backstretch. DA Jiminy Cricket has the front as they race on to three quarters off that half of 59, and Lisbon Sealster still second. The Sports Desk is racing third. Country Mouse is fourth. Hank the Hunk is fifth, and now starting to kick in, but has a lot of work to do. And they head by three quarters. DA Jiminy Cricket leads by 2 1/4. Lisbon Sealster second. The Sports Desk is third. Then Country Mouse is out wide, and Hank the Hunk is following Country Mouse, but DA Jiminy Cricket leads as the field turns for home. DA Jiminy Cricket, Country Mouse, and Hank the Hunk on down the stretch route they come. DA Jiminy Cricket is got this one sewn up. Then the battle for second will go to Country Mouse, and then it was Lisbon Sealster and Hank the Hunk. 157 flat. There's DA Jiminy Cricket, Anthony Hahn, the winning driver. 3-year-old Big Jim Brown gelding, owned by Mike Saftik and DOP Racing. Mike Saftik, the trainer. It's the second win for DA Jiminy Cricket this year in Lifetime. Ninth race payouts 1 DH Jiminy Cricket 580, 340, and 310. 2 Country Mouse 840 and 550, and 5 Lisbon Silter 520. $2 Exactor 54.30. Dollar Try 118.85. Dollar Super 831.70. Ninth race order finish from the tops of 1276354. That's 1276354 on the bottom. for race number 10 on parade. One, third time's the dream. Tyler Moore for Jim Ellis. Number 2 is Andy Over. Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. 3 is No Turning Back. Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones. And 4 is Royalty Beer. Louis Bois for J.F. McGuire. Number 5, Eden on the Hill. Todd Ratchford for Mark Goddard and Howard Kaufman and Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. Number 6, Bucktober. Tyler Borth for Katie McNeil and Bill Borth and Karen Sparling. Tyler shares in ownership. Number 7, The Fixer. Travis Cullen for David Fried and Everett Company from Aurelia. 9 is Power and Grace. Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Lorimer McClure, and Brett shares in ownership with Reg Higgs. And number 8 is Sicario Austin Sorry for Richard Moreau and Pamela and John Heen. It's a field of 9 for race number 10. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, right now, number 6, Bucktober, is sitting at 5-1. Beat this class last time out. Got away from Mohawk to try things here and enjoyed the venue change. And that was the 11th win on the year in 19 starts. Also had 7 wins in 20 starts last year. So Bucktober, a very proven one, back in the same class, and off that win here a week ago, I think has to be a strong consideration. Tyler Borth and Katie McNeil, very strong connections. 9-2 Bucktober. Number 2, Andy Over, 7-2 on the board. Did not have a good outcome at Mohawk last race, but the start before that raced in this class and was impressive, went to the front and just never gave it up, winning by 2 lengths, beating the likes of Power and Grace and Tijuana Sealster. Andy Over gets back here and a favorable post and just might be a threat to wire the field. 7-2. 9 Power and Grace is such a proven mare. 21 wins in the past 2 seasons, 54 lifetime, and is getting close to the $500,000 mark. Had a good race last time out, 2nd of October. Trailer post, but Power and Grace is a really fine mare. Still has to be strongly considered, and in fact is getting a lot of love at 3-2. And number 1, third time's the dream. Well, comes in off of back-to-back wins, moves up further in class. 3 wins and a third in the past 5 starts. He has really come back into form. He was really good a while back around the Christmas time, but third time's the dream has come back into form now. 13-1 on the board. Tyler Moore for Jim Ellis. Gate is rolling for race number 10. Third time's the dream, Andy over. No turning back on the inside. In the center, Royalty Beer and Eden on the Hill. To the outside, October, the Fixer, Sicario. And the second tier, Power and Grace, Field of 9, race number 10. Field for the 10th race. In the stretch drive, gathering speed approaching the start. There at the start on the rough and getting out well. Royalty Beer flashing from the outside. Sicario. No turning back. Third time's the dream. Andy over in Power and Grace, and they driving around that first turn. Royalty Beer was able to belly up to the bar and take the lead. Third time's the dream is second. No turning back is third. Then Sicario. Power and Grace in sixth. Away is Andy over. Then back racing position seventh is Eden on the Hill. Then October and the Fixer. And the field races their way on past that opening quarter, and Royalty Beer has the lead. 27-3, a strong opening quarter for Royalty Beer. Third time's the dream is second. No turning back third. Sicario's on the inside, fourth in front of Power and Grace as they're about to come off the turn. And Andy Over has moved out. Then it is back to Eden on the Hill, October and the Fixer, and they race their way up to the half. Royalty Beer and Louis Wad leads it. The advantage right now is 3. Third time's the dream is second. No turning back. Power and Grace is moving on the outside. Power and Grace is coming first over. And on the inside is Sicario as they race their way on into the backstretch, and it is Royalty Beer still with a comfortable lead of about 2 1/4. Third time's the dream is racing second. No turning back on the outside. Sicario on the inside, and Power and Grace is racing fifth. Then it is Andy Over, and October is seventh. Then it is Eden on the Hill, and the Fixer trailing the field, but Royalty Beer leads by 4 as they work their way on up towards the top of the stretch. Third time's the dream is second, and Sicario third, and they're about to turn on down the stretch drive, and Royalty Beer with a commanding lead is going to put this one away. Royalty Beer has got it, and then third time's the dream will finish second. Sicario will hold on for third, and Power and Grace fourth. 155 flat. Royalty Beer. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to number 9, Power and Grace, and a possible pylon violation. There is look the winner of race 10, number 4, Royalty Beer. Louis Wah with the driving a double. 4-year-old Royalty for Life Bay Gelding, owned by Jean-Francois McGuire at McGuire Stable. J.F. McGuire, the trainer. It's the 4th win this year, a 12th lifetime. Royalty Beer. And as it pertains to number 9, Power and Grace, the judge's ruling that Power and Grace went inside of two consecutive pylons on two different occasions in the first term and was lapped on at the finish by number 6, Bucktober. Note that Power and Grace will be placed back. And also note the judges reviewed number 8, Sicario, and viewed that Sicario went inside of one pylon, not a violation. The top 4 will be 4186. 10th race payouts for Royalty Beer, 674, 45, 10. 1 third times the Dream, 990, 730, 8 Sicario, 1330. Exactor of 53.90, $2 ticket, dollar try, 548.05. And the dollar superfecta is $6,053. The 10th race order of finish from the top is a 2, 6, dead heat, 6 dead heat, 1, 9, 5, place 4, 8, 3, 5. Once again, top down, 2, 6, 6, 1, 9, 4, 8, 3, 5. for the 11th on parade. One, Beauty is Blind. Brett McDonough for Flamboro and Michael and Sam Sirkey. Number 2, Mitney Nicole. Scotty Kohler for Shane Arsenault. 3 is Big Cheddar. Steve Byron for Dale Hurd and Antonio and Rocky Tan Greta. 4 is Battle with Desire. Ryan DeRoche, Bernard Wells, and Brian LaMarche. 5 is Scratched. Number 6, Blue Glamber. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Number 7, Rock On Harriet. Colin Kelly for Graham Burgess. And 8 is Queen of Soul. Anthony Hunt for Meg Crone and Hunt Racing. It's a field of 7, the 11th and final dash. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with 1, Beauty is Blind, who's right now even money on the board. And Beauty is Blind is sent out by Brett McDonald for Richard Moreau. Does have 6 wins on the year and 33 lifetime. Beauty is Blind has been racing consistently well, but it's been a while since she's won. But now, first start for Richard Moreau had been with the Isaac Waxman. Gets away from Mohawk and comes back here. Was good here 2 races ago. Above this class, Beauty is Blind is even money on the board. Number 6, Blue Glamber. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. And Blue Glamber is right now one that comes in off of a tough outing at Mohawk. Parked every step of the way. I think you just disregard that one. Look to the 1 second from last start. Raced here, post 5. It'll be post 5 here. Won by a length and a half. Now, the overall body of work is not good at all, but that 1 win 2 races ago here jumps out. And Blue Glamber is currently 3-1 on the board. Strong connections, Travis Cullen and Jody Cullen. Number 8, Queen of Soul. Queen of Soul, Anthony Hunt for Meg Crone. And Queen of Soul is one that, is currently 12-1 on the board. Leads out of post 7 and offers some clear value. Queen of Soul is certainly one that's had a decent enough year and has flashed at times and fits well in here. Queen of Soul, 13-1. And number 2, Mitney Nicole, 5-1 on the board. Gets away from Mohawk and could like it back here. You see this 1 second beaten a length above this class just a few starts back. 56 and 2 mile. Mitney Nicole, Scotty Coulter, 6-1. Gate is rolling for race number 11. Taking up their positions, Beauty is Blind, Mitney Nicole on the inside. In the center, Big Cheddar, Battle with Desire, and Blue Glamber. And to the outside, Rock On Harriet, Queen of Soul, Field of 7, race number 11. It is post time. Field of 7 for the 11th and final dash. They're in the stretch, gathering speed. Field is at the starter off. Battle with Desire is going to leave with Queen of Soul. Beauty is Blind and Big Cheddar. Those are the first four. Then Mitney Nicole, Blue Glamber, and Rock on Harriet is trailing the field. And it is Beauty is Blind as they race into the backstretch. Battle with Desire is looking to take back and find the pocket, and did so in front of Big Cheddar. Queen of Soul is fourth, and then it's Mitney Nicole, Blue Glamber, and Rock on Harriet is racing from the trailing spot. Beauty is Blind, the 1-5 favorite, leads as they race their way past the quarter in 27-3. Beauty is Blind, Battle with Desire, Big Cheddar third, then Queen of Soul and Mitney Nicole as they race their way on past the 3/8 and up towards the half, and the Bills score a touchdown. It is Beauty is Blind who leads over Battle with Desire by a length and a half, and Big Cheddar is third. Then Queen of Soul, Mitney Nicole to the outside, then Blue Glamber and Rock on Harriet. 57-3 at the halftime. And they work their way on into the backstretch. Beauty is Blind, Battle with Desires right there second. Heavily favored Beauty is Blind at 1-5, leads at a length and 3/4. Battle with Desire at 12-1 is second. Big Cheddar third. Then Queen of Soul to the inside, Mitney Nicole to the outside. And then it is back to Blue Glamber and Rock on Harry. Blue Glamber from the backfield is coming hard right now. And 3/4, 127. Blue Glamber is sprinting up on the outside and challenging Beauty is Blind. Blue Glamber now has taken the lead. Beauty is Blind is racing set. Mitney Nicole is third. And Battle with Desire is racing fourth. And then it is Queen of Soul and Big Cheddar. Rock on Harriet. Blue Glamber on down the stretch drive they come. Blue Glamber trying to put this one away and has got it now. Blue Glamber. Then Battle with Desire. Then it is Mitney Nicole and Beauty is Blind. 157-1. Blue Glamber. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 11, it's number 6, Blue Glamber. 3-year-old All Bets Off, Bay filly, owned by Travis Cullen, trained by Jody Cullen. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. 6th win this year, 7th lifetime. Blue Glamber, victorious, 157-1. 11th race payout, 6 blue Flamboro, 690, 440, 360. 4 battle with desire, 1430 and 1220, and 2 Mitney Nicole, 510. $2 exactor, 74.70. Dollar try, 130.40. Double, 4 and 6. $2 ticket, 30.90. Dollar win for 478.65. Dollar pick 5, 1400. 77.90. Dollar high 5, 461.85. 11th race order of finish from the top down is a 4-3-6, 2 scratch 1-7-5. That's 4-3-6, 2 scratch 1-7-5 on the bottom. That does conclude the live harness racing program. Action resumes on Wednesday. Our first dash, 6:35 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.